Hello, hello, welcome, welcome to the void. Welcome, welcome. So where we last left off, we just got to, if I remember, it was kind of like a tower, massive tower, just hanging out in the mountains. Alright. Yeah, not too much prep to do. Alright, well, off we go. Well. Gardenia's a little shining force. You might get past my guards, but you won't get past me. Bazoo cast an evil spell. Wow. I'll be waiting for you at the top of the tower, if you get that far. Pretty much, right? I could feel Bazoo's evil power. We must destroy him. Everyone, up the stairs. Hey, Brian. Welcome to the void. How you doing today? Having a good day so far? So we got skellies. Got trees. Got brass loader. Got zombie. And we got Mayfarer. We got brand new characters so far. Ooh, we got a chest over there. We got 2, 3. Oh, there's some over there though too. Oh no. The decisions. I guess we could just kind of go in like a circle. This is a pretty big map though. I'm liking it. Kinda. Well, let's see how it goes though. Go left first. Left and up. Oh geez, yes, please get some meat. I forgot about the cooking actually. I cooked some pesto, some fettuccine, and what else did I have actually? Trying to remember. Oh god, why is my memory so bad? Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, so I just kind of had some chicken tenders for the most part. Some fish sticks, some balsamic vinegar on top. It's nothing like too super fancy. The pesto fettuccine was pretty fun to make though. That was pretty much all I had today. 2 meals. About 2 meals. I try to eat about 2 or 3 times a day, but most of the time I forget. Most of the time I forget food. There's music. What we got? Oh, we got a quick ring actually. That sounds pretty good. I think we want that. Oh, give me that steel sword. What am I doing with that? I'm just gonna drop that metal sword. Do you really want to discard the metal sword? Yeah, we get a lot of money, I'm sure. Give me that quick ring. Well, that puts us in a precarious position though. Unless we like do this. They might go after Wendy anyway though. Just have to make it difficult for them to get more than one of us at least. Alright, Let me double check the audio levels. I think we're good. Love that Skelly. Skeleton looked so much happier than the other skeletons. Yeah, this AI is so much better than like the other Shining Force games, just because of that. The hell, sniper her. Zombie. Yeah, let's just keep right back there until we can start getting some other people through. Or like actually be able to attack and stalk, that'd be nice. Good old metal. I'm used to the rubble having like at least 30% effect, so this is interesting. Hey Cluster, welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Thanks so much for dropping by and hanging out in the void. Alright, let's see. Can't forget how absolutely amazing Shade is. Oh, I'm surprised that skeleton didn't go for me. Oh, hey, that's awesome. Congrats, congrats, Clusto. Job interview on Wednesday. Sounds like a win. You got this. Wow, you actually used all of his magic. That's awesome. Alright. Just 1 point of damage. Yeah, it's mainly those magical attacks so far. Avis pretty much take everything except for magic. Well, the mage will be down next turn, so... we can attack from here at least. This is a nice 8 damage. Nothing too major. There's something though. Yeah, I'm not much to do there though. Might as well equip that ring. Give him extra agility. And I guess we'll do that. And this. Oh no, that's terrifying actually. I hope everything goes well. Oh my god. Best archer. And some money right about there. Very true. Uncle Sam would be very, very miffed. I'm pretty sure they'll fix it though. My god, like, what is Avis's defense again? I need to like double check this again. 21, 17. Oh, Nick actually has 1 point more. Rana's here just getting some food. Said that, everybody will show up in time. It's all good. Even if they don't, I'm just happy to have people just hanging out and having some fun with me. They're coming at me like super, super slowly. Probably should have tackle stock there. Oh well. Alright, Nick. Time to give you some experience. Ooh, what do we got? And nothing too major, but it is a level up. At the very least. Let's send Apis around to get some healing. And send Bruce behind him over there. And why not? Let's just send Shade right in there. Thank you, Claustro. Yeah, I absolutely love playing the piano, honestly. I've been making some chiptune lately. It's been very fun. I've been using this plugin called Magical 8-Bit plugin. It's made by YMCK, which is kind of like a pixel art chiptune jazz band from Japan. They're really good. I remember loving a lot of their music. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate that. Always hope to get better in time. But either if I'm good or not, well, that is up to you. But you know, always trying to get better. I bought the Amori soundtrack and I got like the RuneScape OST and I put it on my phone just to like hit and shuffle whenever I like go for a bike ride now. Just hearing like I just want to be out on a bike ride like around like the ocean area and just have the sea shanty song just come on. I missed the healing slaps. But I do like him just like tapping the pole into his hand now. That's a good position for you, Nick. $17 points of experience. I'm up for that. And we'll send Apis round to finish him off. That sounds good. I had an idea recently that I kind of wanted to give a try for the most part. It was like I started thinking like, what would a pixelated kind of rock band be like? I started thinking like, started thinking of some designs, started drawing around. But either if it'll be any good, well, time will only tell. As long as I'm having fun, though. Yeah, this is going a lot easier than like a lot of my other SF playthroughs. I'm used to like just getting one shot at this point by most of my characters. So this is quite astonishing. Only one person has died so far. Oh, that chest was actually empty. Jeez. might as well just charge him at this point. But yeah, I pretty much just kind of took a break from recording a whole bunch of like nylon guitar like music, and I just decided, yeah, let's just make some chiptune instead. And I've been having a lot of fun with that lately. That's pretty much most of what I've been doing. I went for a bike ride recently too, couple different bike rides at night. It's just kind of nice sometimes to like listen to some music and just go on a bike ride. Even though it's like really cold out, I would do it more often if it weren't like freezing. It's a good thing I'm not in like Minnesota anymore in that circumstance though, because like in Minnesota it would be impossible to go biking at this time, or at this pretty much point in the year. What we got over here? So we got a whole bunch of Pegasus Knights. They got boost too, but I doubt they're gonna use it. I do want those treasures though. I think Abyss is the best for a guard. Nothing really offers any extra land effect over here, so I guess we'll just do that. And we'll just keep... Let's keep Jade back here, actually, just so he can get some healing. Just a good old blaze one. As of late, I've been kind of playing around on a game called Pokemon Unbound. It's a mod that I kind of like quite a bit, actually. They allow you like tons of different difficulty options too, which really kind of shake the game up. It's very fun so far. It has like a very, very dark storyline for like a Pokemon game, but still, I am enjoying it. One point of damage. Just shoots a missile at Nick, and Nick just like deflects it just by looking at it. And let's see if this will stop. Because I have no doubt he's going to do a pretty good job here. Still nothing else but egress, but that's fine. Yeah, we don't have anything more ranged than that, so I almost want to just do like pull like a blaze too right here, but Wendy's for sure gonna get like annihilated if I do that. If that kills someone else. Roos is like really far behind too. 13 points of damage. My god, Apis. Oh yeah, saving that running pimento for active promotion. I remember. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, DBZ. Welcome, welcome to the Void. How you doing today? Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the hydrate and the bits. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing today? I am, today's been quite a day. But I'm alive. Yeah, let's just do that. Don't want my ranger going out too fast. Yeah, I think Shane needs some healing too, so let's do that. Oh my god, he has so much HP for an archer. Okay, yeah, that's smart. Sig is probably gonna go down here. I don't know, he might survive. Oh, hey, you did. God, how do you block a missile? That's amazing. Man, they're really just going like one block this entire time. Let's do that. Nice crit. And, yeah, let's do that. I had this idea the other day that I was talking to with a friend about, and I was just thinking, what if Picard from Star Trek is like starring in a new comedy series where he's just in a plane trying to convince everybody that like they're on the new Enterprise and they're going into space? So he just has like passengers just be like, but I want to go to New York City. And then Picard's just like, ah, yes, the New York City of the stars. But I don't want to go to space, Picard. But you do. You're right, I do, Picard. I really need to give Rue some experience. Thank you for the hydrates. Alright, let's go get that chest. Do we have inventory with shades? Yeah, we do. So we got one more mage to the right, which he'll definitely be a problem, but everybody else will pretty much won't be too much of an issue, I imagine. Does anybody else need healing? You're good. Oh, we could do that. Why not? Alright. Anything Craig can do here? Let's see. I might as well go for the experience. Alright. Sun stops right over here. So today I checked out this cartoon from the late 1970s called Misha the Bear, recommended by Robo Magus, and I decided to check that out. And yeah, it was a pretty interesting time, actually. It was a very warm, cozy show, but the music actually surprised me the most. It was actually really well done. Whole bunch of different styles for the most part. A lot of ambience and really good trumpet. Yeah, it had a very cozy, warm style. I liked it quite a bit, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Can you imagine, like, just seeing, like, it says anime superpower just go off, character's whole, like, superpowered, shoots a blast, and then it's just instead of, like, anything else. It's a little quick, you know? Yeah, we'll keep Maker down there. Why not? I feel like doing this might be a bad idea. But he does have a lot of defense. Nah, I don't want to throw this away. We can do this though. And actually, why not? Let's cause some extra mayhem. I really do want a mod of like any Shining game, but like all the spells are just food related. I can imagine using Blaze and just giant meatballs raining from the sky with like spaghetti instead of like fire. It's an okay level. I'm surprised it didn't go for me. Okay. Oh my god, he survived by one hit. One hit point. Alright, what do we got here? The Power Spear. The stock's going down. Quick. The face looks a lot different on this portrait this time. Maybe it's just the first time I'm actually noticing, but face looks a lot different in this model. It's like a lot of classic sprites, but like touched up in different ways. Interesting. How much inventory do you have, Cray? Oh yeah, you're pretty maxed out actually. How about you, Tiki? Yeah, why not? Go for it. And yeah, we'll do that. Oh hey, 2 points of attack. He'll actually need that a good bit, I think. So Allison, what do you plan on doing with these bits? I don't know. Let's see. Let's stick to the bits, and I'll make it more bits, and then I'll create bits with chiptune. But I'm not quite sure actually. I'll have to figure that out in time. Exactly. I'm gonna spend my bits on warm bits, you know? It's nice, it's really cold out, you know? It's just freezing out there. I gotta get some warm bits, you know? Nice, level 12. Yeah, it is so chilly lately. It's been like super, super rainy, which I like the rain when I'm like out, pretty much hanging out at home. I've been caught like biking in the rain a few times. Well, walking in the rain is pretty nice. Biking in the rain, totally different story. But I've shared that before, so. Oh God, I remember that cluster. I used to live in Minnesota. There was like so much snow. It was just like, it was way past your knees, kind of like thigh level for the most part. It was like absurd. Singing in the rain, you know, biking in the rain. The classics. Of course, for me, I'm more like, I could just imagine me like, it was raining super hard on me. The wind was like super strong blowing against me. I'm just like biking over this bridge, feeling like super sick. I'm just like singing in the rain, just screaming it out. Of course, can't sing it exactly because DMCA probably. Alright, let's go for... Why not? Keep stock a little bit more. How much is his attack, actually? Oh, yeah. Wait, I don't have... Oh, wait. No, I have the Robin's arrow equipped. So he's at 31 attack. Kind of surprised he's not doing a lot more damage. Pretty good amount of damage. Singing in the rain, trying not to get drawn into the storm drain. I like that rhyme. That's clever. Singing in the rain, trying not to complain before I go down the storm drain. Good. Hey there, Sarah. Welcome to the void. How you doing today? Yeah, Mayfair is really awesome. I like her so far. Her design's nice. I get that chest before before we get through this chapter. Okay, now we get to see the sprite. What's it look like? Oh, okay. About what I expected for the most part. Kind of more shiny. This Archer's very shiny. This Archer looks like he just I don't know why, he just looks so shiny. It looks like he's just like radiating, just absolutely glowing. Hell Archer, you're absolutely glowing today. It's like, how dare you, I'm a Hell Archer. Let's see. Anybody need healing? Good. Pretty much. How about you, Roos? You need healing, right? Yeah, just a bit anyway. Oh no. Oh man. I found out today that there's apparently a Dragon Quest anime that I had no idea about, honestly. And I'm kind of curious to do some research in that because I've never ever heard about that, like ever. Lot of defense. I know, right? Apparently it's around like the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 kind of game, supposedly, from memory. I'll make sure to check it out and let you guys know what I think. So, yeah. There's some loose stock over here and get some experience. Yeah, there's not much else I can do at the moment. Yeah, so far this is like an easy time. Very, very chill stream. Really? A Starship Trooper? Huh. An anime miniseries of Starship Troopers. Fan dubbed upload on Laserdisc. Whoa. That's wild. I was watching this video today about like how this guy just like found out about this anime series that was never released before, like on this vinyl set. That was like, apparently like the album music for the show got released instead of like the actual show. Quite an enigma. I tried reading the book, but it was too boring, so I just did what I wanted. There are a good few books that I've like tried to read in my life for the most part, but I don't know. I guess I just like I don't have as much attention span as like I used to. But I do like reading. Sometimes. Sometimes. I know, right? Laserdisc feels like such a long time ago now. Actually, I should be sending Nick back here, actually. I think, yeah, he's got to be the one that got the stairs. Either that or we just have to wipe out everybody else here, which could just be the reality. Looks like it's up to you, Siggy. Can you imagine a priest just hanging out with a whole bunch of zombies that he like didn't revive from the dead or anything, and he's just constantly looking at the zombies just like, don't kill me, I'll heal you. And the zombie just looks at him like, food? Food? Priest is like, yes, food. And he just points in the direction of the shining forest. Not me. They really are, huh? It's quite astonishing just how much, like, I was told as a kid that, like, well, you won't always have a calculator in your hand. Like, here I am, just, like, with a phone just with a calculator on it, just consistently. So it's something I read online. But, man, they write. But, yeah, there's just so much stuff that you can get a lot easier than, like, you used to. For instance, like downloadable music is one. For instance, like I remember like phones have a lot of space now. You can just put a lot of music on them and everything. Like I remember like having a flip phone at one point in my life. That was quite a long time ago though. But yeah, flip phones, you definitely couldn't like listen to music as you could today. $10,000? Apple Lisa cost $10,000 when it first came out in the mid-80s. That is ludicrous. My God. I wonder what floppy disks were actually priced at when they were like really major thing in society. Yeah, that is absolutely insane. It's also wild how like prices for like USB drives are too and everything, because like everything just keeps kind of getting more and more space. So I remember like a significantly less, like just a few megabytes on a USB drive being like a major deal, like at one point. And these days it's more of like a, you know, you can get like a terabyte USB drive now and stuff like that. Like you can get like hard drives that are like 2 terabytes. It's pretty crazy. Hello, Jaybird. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, those prices get absolutely insane. Me neither. I might as well give her some experience before we tear through the rest of them. Exactly, like 128 megabytes, which wasn't like, isn't that much compared to today's standards, but like back then that was like massive. I totally agree, Clusto. I remember that specific situation, like grabbing a USB drive I was going to get for like school. I think it was just kind of like typing class or something like that. But yeah, it was just like, I think it was $25, just like 100 megabytes. I think that should be enough to finish them off. Oh, I didn't know there was an 80s show, like, of that 80s show. Wow. I had no idea about that, actually. I thought it was only that 70s show. Oh, God. That brings back all sorts of memories, though. Like, around that, like, era of, like, not that exact era, but, like, I don't know why, but that reminds me of, like, Family Matters and, like, Full House and all those kinds of shows, which I also grew up watching to a degree. I know, right? A gigabyte was just absolutely insane at one point. Now we got terabytes. Isn't that wild? He's up here. Don't let your guard down. Let's go. Bazoo! Where are you? And so we meet again. Tell us, who are you looking for? I'll tell you what. You will have to defeat me first. Oh wow, I don't remember this. Oh, look at that background. Oh, we got some armor, got some flying Pegasus right there. Come on. Welcome back. Oh yeah, we also got a... If we egress, there's no way that we, like, go back to the first battle, right? Let me see. Alright, let's do this real quick. So I want to revive. $4.99 a minute. Whoop. glass lens fell out. Give me one moment. Gotta clean up the fingerprints. There we go. Alright. Make a save. She asked you to fix it. Oh no. Kilo pixels. Oh no. That is absolutely wild, Daybird. Yeah, I remember like a whole bunch of like really old cameras that I used to use on like little vacations here and there. I think it was like, I don't even think it was like past 100 megabytes. I think it was like much lower than that for like a camera. It was significantly lower if I remember right. Any deals? What we got? Nope. Nothing really. I think I gotta change around some items though. Got the power spear with a shade here. So let's give that to Avis instead of the steel lance. We got powerful wine, but we want to save that for sure. What about that battle axe? Can we actually give that to... Hold on. Bruce, where are you? There you are. $44, pretty nice. $43, nice. 43 and double ranged, I imagine. Alright, and one sec, let me read through that. Magnetoris instance. The presence of a magnetor. There is an effect called the magnetor instance, where the presence of a magnetic field will change the electrical resistance of a substance. In the mid-90s, I was known that it was weak with that. Explaining the lifestyle and more substances. Interesting. Hold on one sec. Pull it back up. Alright. Oh, that's how that happened. Okay. Alternating thin layers of iron or aluminum and chromium that can get giant magnet resistance like a bazillion times more responsive materials than anything new. Okay, just want to repeat that for anybody listening. That was pretty interesting. Wait, did we actually crash from that? Wow. No way. That's wild. Okay, well, I guess it's a good thing I saved. That was wild. Well, that's strange. Hold on. Give me one sec. Ah, no worries. It's all good. Alright, dump some water.
A fierce battle with Dark Dragon.
Fierce battle indeed. That part is like pretty wild though. Is my music all mixed up? Oh, this is the wrong music from that. Oh, I thought you... I was thinking you mentioned something about the levels. Okay. Yeah, that is... Maybe it's like a certain specific region kind of thing. I'm not quite sure. I think this is like... What region did I get this for, actually? Oh, God, memories. Wow, that is wild. Huh. That's wild. I didn't know about that. Trade back items. Apis. Get that battle axe for Bruce. $330 terabytes of storage in one tape cartridge. What? Oh yeah, I do have to make the cartridge. That is correct. I completely forgot, actually. I'm gonna have to remember that. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're good now. Actually, I'm gonna make sure to equip everything. Oh, I think that might be it, actually. I'm gonna have to get that all fixed before next time. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll make like some backup saves just in case. Thank you, though. I do appreciate that. All right, let's keep going. Battle of Kazoo. The big kazoo. All right, let's make I'm gonna make another save here just so that I don't waste anybody's time. All right, let's go for it. Let's just keep Wendy down there. Oh yeah, have we seen the Archonites before? I don't think we have. Right, I think they're new. I think we've seen everything else here. Except for Bazooka. So he's got Bolt and Attack. Okay. I wonder if he's actually going to use Attack, though. Gotta like repeat it to myself like 5 times before like the stream ends. Just like game cartridge, game cartridge, game cartridge, fix it. You know? That's apparently how you remember stuff better, so. It's one way anyway. There's a lot of different ways to like actually help your memory. Yeah, you're right. I just need to do it. Hey, Cyrus. Welcome to the Void. I feel like I'm winning today. No, we good. I have not played this game before, for the most part. Oh, you're talking Cyrus, yeah. Okay, let's see. I don't remember putting in like a specific, Need to fix the order on the CD. I like the, that's kind of like a bluish purple. It's a color that I've grown like quite fond of lately. It's like a really nice color to me. I never thought too much about like the mix of like blue and like a deep purple. Really aesthetically pleasing. Especially like after playing Amori, just getting a whole bunch of it. Really well done. Let's see. You can change the track. You can change the track order in the beginning. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, let's just save the magic at this point. We really don't need to use it. Should have 2 range now, right? Yeah. Oh, it's a common issue. Okay. That's an okay level. Yeah, I'm glad it's not like game ending or anything. Town music for the boss. Oh my god. That'd be actually incredible. Sir? Sir? I need to get through, sir. Excuse me. Or if there's a mod that just like jumbled up all like the music cues and everything. Whenever something happy sound like happens, it just plays a sad song. Whenever something like super terrifying happens, it's just like a super triumphant song. Or it's just like all jumbled up. It could lead to some pretty interesting moments. Thank you for the water. Nice range. Oh my god. Shade is like an archer, and like he's so much more powerful than Stock as like a promoted ranger at like level 6 at this point. Oh, you fixed the permanent death mode? That's awesome. That's great to hear. Oh my god. They're really just choke pointing me here. Yeah, I just have one. He really is, isn't he? I can totally see how he's like completely like hit or miss for the most part. His HP and damage output is not nearly as good as like Shade. It's quite astonishing. Like Shade's rocking 26 HP, 37 attack, and how much is Stock at? 31 and 17. Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, Craig is pretty awesome. I can totally get behind that. Yep, fixed good. We can wrap around and do that though. Oh, is he actually? Well, let me see that real quick. That is true, yeah. Now that you mention it. I keep forgetting that like stats definitely do go down after promotion, like right off the bat. And then they start to like skyrocket and get a lot better. Yeah, he'll be a lot better down the road. They really do, huh? Let's keep... Oh. There we go, finally out. Let's go for the priest. Oh, 24, okay. And why not? Let's give him the kill. Give him a bit of experience. I wonder how Cloud's gonna turn out. I think it's Mayfair, actually. Yeah, they really do start low. Level 6, wow. Wow, that's pretty good. Good job, Cyrus. That's definitely a permadeath mode. No longer res at priest. Any unit with auto res no longer has auto res. Peter has no AI and joins with 3 cheerful beds. Game quits without saving and Bowie is killed. That is very intense, and I like it. You ever wonder how, like, I wonder how it would be to be a centaur that's, like, going up the stairs? Or down the stairs, for that matter? I'm curious. Man, Nick's DPS is pretty good. What is he rocking again? Like 37? Oh wow, I kind of thought it was higher. So where are we going? We going right or we going left? I feel like if we go right, then like this mage over here is just gonna like just combine with this one and create a massive problem. So I think it'd probably be a better idea to go left. So let's then ape his head and take care of the Scully with everybody else. Skeleton. He just has this expression just like, I'm ready for the Halloween jams. There's no way that's okay. I wonder if it's like asking the big questions today. What would that be though? Like, oh god, why am I curious now? Oh no. Birdmen are another story. That is a good point here. Oh no. Oh god. It's just a special attack with like a 0.3570 like percent chance of happening. Just happens all of a sudden one time and everybody just looks at Camel like, what? Why? Extra poison damage. Can Birdman eat rice? Huh. Can Birdman eat bread? Because bread is not normally good for birds, so I mean, huh. That's curious. been watching so much Pokemon lately. Whenever I think of Rice, I just instantly think to Brock just saying like, come get some jelly-filled donuts. Every single time without fail whenever like Rice comes up lately. I wonder how long it's going to take for like the jelly donut scene to like come out of my head now since I've seen it again. Because that scene like imprinted like rice balls as like jelly donuts in my brain as a kid. At some point it left my brain, but at some point it's come back. Cream-filled donuts. Sounds like a good time. All right. Oh, you just straight up one-shotting Master Mages now. Okay. Wow, that is incredibly good for this chapter. Now I only gotta worry about the other mage and like Kazoo, and I think we're pretty much good. Oh, my cutie. I don't know why, but I just remembered like there was this RPG Maker game a long time ago that had like a massive reverb effect on like the internet called like Awa Oni. I don't know why that like came to mind for some reason. Awa Oni was such a strange game though. It was just like the most wild sprites I could have ever imagined. Oh, that's good, J-Lord. I'm gonna have to try some at some point here. I don't think I've had one before, to be honest. I've definitely had like rice before for the most part, but not like any like onigiri like rolled up, you know, special made or anything like that. Man, Nick is incredibly good at this point. Oh, they had meat inside? That's awesome. Yeah, there was this, I was like stuff like that. There was, like these pulled pork buns in Seattle Pike Place. Man, those are some of my favorites. Like, so nice. I think they're just called Bao, from what I remember. Yeah, they're just surrounding Apis to no avail. Meat inside one, tuna in the other, and the other was salmon. Interesting. I'm very curious to try them, to be honest. That sounds really good. Pegasus Knight, feel my Pegasus might. Thick Blaze will do a lot more against the skeleton than like ice for the most part. If I remember right, anyway. I think so, yeah. The Archnight's going the long way. Archnite screams over to his friends in the other corner, just like, we'll pincer attack him, I'll go behind. Everybody else is like, okay. 5 seconds later, they're all screaming like, oh god, no. And the Archnight's just like, don't worry, I'm coming. Yeah, I think they're very popular in Japan. Oh, they're not called Bao in Japan. Oh yeah, I thought we were talking about onigiri for a moment there. But, oh, you're talking about Bao being from China. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's cool. That's good to know. Yeah, let's steal Claude here. But yeah, that was a very fun time. I gotta like look up some more videos on like how it's made per se because like, man, they're really nice. Bao is basically like, think of like kind of a circular pastry with like pulled pork and various other stuff in the midsection. Sometimes it's like kind of like it could be like a fried rice combination. Could be like veggies, could be other stuff. At least from memory, that's what I remember it. And yeah, I had absolutely love the pulled pork ones in specific. Those are really nice. They have like this little shopping corner right down by my place called Tola Angkor, and they like they just bring in a lot of Philippines and Japanese food, and so they have like these frozen bao that you can get for like $5. Definitely not like the healthiest you can get, but it's pretty good. Like I absolutely love them. Absolutely. Nikumon is the Japanese name. Oh, that's cool, Cyrus. Thank you so much for letting me know. Yeah, when it also comes to Tola Angkor, like, they also serve, like, you know, a whole bunch of roast seaweed, a whole bunch of different, like, snack foods from, like, the Philippines and stuff. They have, like, this cheese puff that's, like, kind of sweet, which, is definitely interesting, because I never thought sweet and cheddar would go together, but it kind of did. It was kind of surprising. Oh, you had Nikumon in Korea? That's cool. That is very cool. There's like so many different kinds of street foods that I've like seen prepared online that I'm like so curious on actually trying. Whenever I think of like foods from like other places in the world, I always think of like baklava in particular, because I had this bit of a co-op class that I used to have a long time ago, and we were supposed to make like food from different places we were like studying at the time, so it just kind of created a scenario where me and my mom were just making baklava at home, and it was just a very interesting memory of mine. But man, I really love baklava. It's like dessert lasagna. Niku is the Japanese word for meat. Cool. Thank you, thank you. I can get some more water. Hold on. Yeah, learning like several different languages can be like super hard. Being bilingual is like quite a challenge for the most part. Anybody who's actually bilingual is like incredibly talented. Yeah, kind of the same. I tried learning some stuff about Japanese, but I just couldn't follow through at the time. Mostly because I was just really busy with other stuff. Oh, you're trying to learn Russian now. Cool. That was really cool. Speaking of Russian, I mentioned earlier, I got to see like this RSSR cartoon just before the stream called like Misha the Bear, where they do speak a lot of Russian in that, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it a good bit actually. But there's also like other Russian cartoons. Oh god, what was the other one? Like, I think it was Hopka, if I remember right. Oh god, I can't remember exactly. I think that was the name. It was about like a wolf chasing around a bunny. That's really cool though, Cyrus. That's a major skill. That's awesome. Same, Jaybird. I've learned a lot of Japanese vocab from like anime and stuff. It's pretty wild. It's Just kind of the most basic stuff that I've learned, though, from it. But, yeah, it's... Man, I remember a lot of phrases from, like, all sorts of anime I've seen. Alright. Everything's looking pretty good so far. So we got more Pegasus Knights. I wonder how Bolt is going to be in this. Fun fact, they don't use real Japanese in anime. Really, Cyrus? What do they use? I'm really curious. Oh, that's the first massive bit of damage we've taken in a while. 11 points of damage. Oh, hey, Sokka actually survived there. Sweet. Good stuff, good stuff. I gotta show you like some examples of like English dub and from like certain types of anime I have seen though, because like some of the translations can just get so funny. This is one from a show called Pandora. If you look up Pandora on like YouTube, you will see the seed that I'm talking about. It is one of the most hilarious English dubs I think I've ever heard of. Oh, I see what you're saying. Alright, Claude. You ever think about how like English used to be like back in that like the ages and ages ago? There's so many like different ways that English has evolved to like what it is today. It's really interesting to see like how like our words used to be at like the earliest inclination of like what English has become. I need to like do some more research and that kind of stuff because it's always kind of interests me. Like what words have we weeded out over time? Oh, this axe is green. Okay. Bruce is going green. And yeah, let's just send stock back for some healing. I know, right? Isn't that wild? It's like 300 years ago, like ages and ages ago, like English is just so wildly different. You think like getting a time machine and going back in time you'd be able to converse with all these people, but nah, it actually, I imagine it'd be pretty hard. Oh, thank you, Bazoo. You can definitely understand a good bit of it for sure. There's just a lot of like specific nuances about like that kind of like language way back then, or just like not used at all these days. Exactly, like pronunciation especially. I'm getting reckless just because like I pretty much been tearing through this game so far. Really, if I would have known it was this easy on this hard mode, I would have chose like the more difficult option. Oh my god, Avis. I know, right? The English language is just morphed pronunciation just to like this intense degree that it is today. How fitting that Shade dealt the final blow. I will honor my promise. Honor! I'm sorry, whenever I hear honor, I just think of like the scene from Avatar The Last Airbender, the theater scene where Zuko is just like, honor! And just like a whole bunch of theater flames go up around him. The truth is, Nick, we were looking for you. But you found me instead. Waldo, take me out of here. Nick, you and I will meet again in Cyprus. Well, he's going to Earthbound. Nick, what was that all about? Free. I'm finally free. I'm Misha, a mage. Hello, I like your portrait a lot. Bazoo had me sealed inside a spell. I want to help you. May I come along? I owe you my life. Yisha's an interesting name. Can't say I've heard of that before. Nick! What are you doing here, Nick? Excuse me, Yisha. Do you know Nick? Of course. He's the Prince of Cyprus. He was my master at the palace. The Shining Force was dumbfounded. Nick, the humble stranger, was the Prince of Cyprus. But Nick wouldn't answer their questions and withdrew into silence. Their trust shaken, the adventurers set sail for the Cyprus mainland. Chapter 2 end. Yeah, Old and Middle English is just entirely different, right? Chapter 3. As the Gardenia's Shining Force approached Cyprus, a customs ship met them and towed the boat into the harbor. Everything and everybody on board was thoroughly inspected. It took some fast talking to get past the inspection. And so I escaped from the street with only my clothes. Those Gardenia warriors are awesome. Really? I had no idea. Okay, you can go. It's Nick's turn. He better come with a good tale. Next. Oh boy. Suddenly, King Edmund appeared at the dock. Look, it's Nick's uncle. What brings you to Cyprus, kid? What brings you to the salty Splatoon? He's mute. Born that way. He's traveling with me. Alright, he can pass. Next. Alright, kid, you're into the salty splatoon. Wait! Stop that man! He's supposed to go to Weenie Hut Jr. Not salty splatoon. Well, let me get a good look at him. And I think Nick would do pretty good at salty splatoon, honestly. If anything, he'd probably, like, annihilate everybody there, probably. Why, it's Nick! Gods, arrest him! Prince Nick is a danger to the crown. They're arresting Nick. We've got to stop them. Alright. I think we gotta do a lot of reviving, though. Did, like, the rest of the party... Oh, yeah, isn't the rest of the party down here? Oh, yeah. We're good, then. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Got some Armored Pegasus Nugget. We got a Bishop with heal 3 already. Wow. Alright then. Canterbury Tales. I don't think I've heard too much about that. Alright. Where do we go first? I guess we might as well... Well, what's this guy? Sorcerer 3 is 2, and this guy's got Blaze 3, and Check Staff. Yep. Well, they're gonna be interesting. What did this guy have for spells again? Yeah, he's a healer. So these two are both the damage dealers that we're gonna have to keep an eye out for. I think everybody else can just, like, take out, like, pretty much all these guys. I mean, this group over here has Apis, so, I mean, I think they'll be okay. Alright, let's see what they got. Okay, got Shade and Avis on the side. Oh my god. The Avis of Shade. They knew he was the threat right off the bat. The Archer, he's too strong. Focus him down. Oh, hey, we got more over there. Okay. Alright then. Alright, listen, man, what you got? Ah, that's fine. Going for Wendy. Pretty good damage, actually. When it comes to, like, the origins of, like, where English came from for the most part, like, back in, like, the Renaissance age, like, before, like, I think the Renaissance age was around-ish. I'm getting my times, like, way off. I can't say for sure. But back in the Renaissance age, I definitely remember liking a lot of, like, the fashion that was, like, back then, and I like a lot of the recreations of it today, mixed with, like, a lot of modern flair here and there. Hey Jay, welcome to the Void. How you doing today? But yeah, my favorite type of, like, any kind of fashion or anything is more the Renaissance and kind of like pirate garbs type of wear. I need to, like, hear some examples of, like, how English was back then in that age, though. Alright, got Blaze and Saw. Doing good. I'm glad you're doing good, Jay. Am I doing good? Today was definitely a challenge for me, but I'm alive and all is good. We don't really need to heal with it yet, anyway. I do like steampunk fashion. That's a good point, yeah. Steampunk fashion is pretty nice. I like the big red bow around her waist like that. Like that's like it's such a cute touch. I always am a big fan of like bows and ribbons and stuff like that. Rocking 20 MP with Nick, and he still doesn't have anything but egress. Wow. Gotta get it at some point, I imagine. Some point pretty soon, I hope. Oh, right, Geisha. That's the place too. Ooh, they got the pink and orange color scheme. Okay. That's a good color combo. I like that. I like that a good bit, actually. Pink and orange is actually pretty underrated together. What are some of your favorite color combos, guys? I think probably my favorite color combo is just kind of like bubblegum pink and blue. I just really like that combo together, like the cotton candy colors. I don't know why, I'm just a big fan of them. A lot of other color combos I like black and orange. Green and yellow in particular. That's a very fun one. 2 points of defense on Claude. Okay. That's definitely going to help him out. Let's just go for a freeze. Is that more of a... Yeah, it's more of an orange. Green and orange are a good combo. Yeah, Mayfair's Sprite really is good, huh? I totally agree. I'm excited to see our promotion Sprite. That's gonna be fun. Thanks so much for letting me know. Gonna make sure we level her up. Not get anybody killed, I hope. Well. Oh wow, that is so much damage now. Well. Big Fair, I need you. How much damage is he actually gonna do? Is it gonna be 1? Oh yeah. Have you hit? Nick has suffered 1 point of damage. Critical. He'll never recover. Let's do that. Ooh. Good damage, Bruce. No more magic, please. Pretty okay level. Nothing like too astonishing. Yep, I'm gonna do all the books. Yep, and Jaybird was mentioning that earlier. I gotta get that set up right after, as soon as I can. My memory is just not my ally most of the time, but I appreciate the reminder. It definitely helps me remember in the long run. I'll do it like right after the stream this time. I won't let wait on it at all. to make sure we're all good and set up for the next stream. That'd probably be a good habit to set up. Instead of doing preps like the day of the stream, just do it like right after like the stream that I know I need to like set preps up for. Preps. Yeah, Nick's actually looking good on HP at the moment. Lizzie Man's like rocking that full HP. I don't think Metal really still does anything for the most part. I guess we could just heal for experience, because we're probably going to need it. The light blue really matches with like the very sharp red. It's a very interesting kind of color combo. Honestly, let's just go for the sorcerer. Oh wow, that sprite's coming back. Pretty okay level. How's Wendy looking? We can send Apis just to take out this Master Mage right off the bat. Yep, let's just send Claw back here and take care of him this way. Wow, 1 point of damage. Oh no, Claude. Hey, Severin, welcome to the Void. Welcome. It's a good thing that physical attacks do not do that much to Nick. How you doing today? Taking care, having fun? Drop a mid-battle save just before you kill the final boss of the book, then copy that save over to the cart. Okay. Thank you, Cyrus. I'll make sure to make up a lot of backups of the save just so I don't mess anything up. Sometimes the game clear will not save. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cyrus. I really appreciate that. Peachy Keen Jelly Bean. I love that. That's an amazing phrase. I've definitely had better days, but you know, I'm alive. I'm all good. So, can't complain too much. I get to play Shining Force CD and hang out with you guys, you know? And any day like that is a fun time to me. That's awesome, Severin. I'm so happy for you. I'm glad you got that fixed up. Yeah, I gotta get some medicine stuff fixed on my end too. It was pretty wild for the most part. Ooh, I really like that bishop sprite. That's neat. I'm like so confused for the most part because like I went to the doctor and they said like, okay, well we'll keep your medication going just as normal, and then they like for some reason they dropped it completely and like lowered the prescription like a ton, and yeah, I don't know, it's been affecting me, my brain in a lot of different ways for the most part, so I gotta get that fixed at some point, but you know, it's all good. Let's see. Let's get that heal going. But yeah, it's definitely looking like gonna have to come up with a different plan for this map. Glad there's a bit more difficulty here. I was hoping there would be like a lot more. I'm way too used to just kind of like throwing everything like at it. So now that there's an actual, like, really big, like, push and pull going on where, like, the enemies are actually, like, dealing some intense damage all of a sudden, like, gotta plan around it now. Can't just wing it. Okay, so Nick is in a bad spot if we keep him there. So let's go for the lizard man. And then let's just bring Apis over there, finish off the Master Mage, and then we'll send Apis right after everybody else up here. If we do end up restarting this map, though, I think the best way to do it would be to just send everybody to the right and pull the Pegasus Knights, take them out first, and then go left and take out the other guys. If I do restart this. Going for Roos. Not as much damage as I expected, actually. Oh my god, that is so intensely relatable, Severin. To be honest, Severin, I would not say it's that hard. It's, I don't know, I've most of the time I've just kind of been breezing through the difficulty so far. I heard from somebody that dropped in on the last stream, though, that, like, pretty much every difficulty except for, like, the hardest one are pretty easy for, like, Book 1 and Book 2, supposedly. Which, I didn't know when starting the stream, so for Book 2, we're definitely gonna have to, like, go full difficulty and see what happens there. Alright, Roos. How good is your defense again? 25. Pretty good. Why not? Good stuff, Roos. I've heard that super mode is pretty challenging on SF2, and ouch mode is pretty intense too. Very intense. But that is very interesting here, though, Severin. It's very good to know. Nice dodge. I'm learning to love this click sound that happens whenever a dodge happens. Oh, okay, Cyrus. Gotcha. Poor Siggy. Yeah, Nick is just incredible. How much attack power does Frey have in the moment? Rockin' 31. Let's just, not taking any chances. Let's just heal Wendy up. I don't know why, but, like, the thought of, like, a Xena, like, the TV show from ages ago called, like, Xena the Warrior Princess, like, popped into my mind for some reason. I remember very much liking Xena. From what I have seen, I haven't seen, like, a massive amount of it. Just kind of, like, first few episodes. Alright, Apis. Oh yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That was another thing. I don't think I've seen any of that one, actually. I have seen, I think, a little bit of Conan the Barbarian, but I've definitely seen some Xena and that kind of stuff. I have seen, like, I've seen a lot of skits of He-Man and that kind of stuff, too. I don't know why that came to mind. But, it's kind of the same-ish era. Like, did Xena come out in, like, the 80s, late 80s-ish, I think? Maybe it was, like, in the 90s. Like, an early 90s kind of thing. It was definitely around the age when all that stuff, like, space sci-fi exploration. So I have not seen a lot of Star Trek, but I have liked a bit of what I've seen, and I'm definitely interested to check more of it out. My parents are like huge Trekkies for the most part. They have like a ton of VHS in their basement of like pretty much tons and tons of Star Trek stuff. Let's just use medical herb on Roos here. But when it comes to sci-fi, the very first RPG I played was Phantasy Star 2, which is absolutely my jam. And it was a great introduction to sci-fi for me because, like, man, the atmosphere in that game really sold the whole sci-fi thing to me. It was something about the music and the aesthetics of just, like, all of a sudden, like, the screen pops up and it's like these two massive ladies, just like their hands clapped, like closed in around the worlds, and it's just, I don't know, there's something about the way the music starts then that is just imprinted on my memory for like ever. But yeah, when it comes to sci-fi, I'm a big fan of like the Phantasy Star series for one, but there's some other stuff I do like about sci-fi. I do like a bit of Star Wars, not like a lot of it, but I do like a bit of it. When it comes to Star Wars, one thing I especially want to check out though is the Clone Wars series though, because I've heard amazing things about that in specific. Next Gen past season 1 is really good. Ooh, yeah, Next Generation, was the #1 show I caught my parents like watching most of the time. They always had so much fun watching it. Even though we're taking a lot of damage, I think we're going to be okay. Sega Ages Phantasy Star port / remake for the Switch. I haven't. I'm very curious though. I'd definitely be willing to give it a try. Let's get this Pegasus Knight out of the way before any heals. Yeah, I could definitely see that about the first Star Trek, Cyrus. But there's definitely some good episodes, I don't doubt at all. But man, like some of those episodes that I have seen like skits from, like the whole dinosaur scene from like the original Star Trek, the famous dinosaur scene where Kirk is just like going, just giant boulder gets thrown up, just a styrofoam boulder that like floats around. It's one of the funniest fight scenes I've ever seen. And to this day, it still cracks me up. What are some other sci-fi things that I really do enjoy? So Star Ocean would be a good example of another bit of sci-fi that I really like. Star Ocean is a very, very interesting kind of like 2.5D pixel art RPG, like action RPG. I remember very much enjoying it from what I have played. I think I played almost half of it. That's totally fair. Yeah. Not getting into the original, I can understand. I've mainly heard, like, especially good things about, like, the new generation. I've heard, like, hold on, let me get some water. My throat is so scratchy. So what was it? There was this new Star Wars show that came, or Star Trek show that came out called like Picard, just Picard if I remember right. And I've heard like the absolute worst things about that show for the most part. Which is quite a shame because, man, my parents would have loved that if it turned out pretty good. It's a workplace. There's one just as good in the next gen. The plot of the episode is a workplace injury. It's so funny. That sounds really great. You gotta like DM me for that sometime because, like, man, I am so up for seeing that. That sounds like a great time. Oh yeah, I have heard some very iffy things about Enterprise and Discovery. Voyager, I've heard a lot of good things about. New Generation, I've heard a lot of good things about. DS9, I haven't heard that much about though. Yeah, I remember liking Picard a good bit too. I brought this up earlier, but what do you guys think about a comedy series starring Picard, like in modern day plane rides, trying to convince everybody to join like him in the new the new Enterprise, just trying to convince all the plane goers, you know what? Skip your plane trip. Let's go to the stars. The YouTube series. I don't think I'm thinking of the same thing for the most part, but is there a YouTube series about that? There's something I missed? Oh no. Wait. Oh, you love it. Oh, okay. That was a good show. That was very good to know that that series has some people that genuinely do enjoy it. Like, I was worried about how that, like, Picard would go for the most part. I've heard, like, a lot of bad things, but it's good to hear some good things about it. Thank you for sharing, Severin. I'm curious if I should check out that series or not for the most part. I'll probably have to go through a lot of the new generation first before I consider it, though. Oh, it's all good. Stuff like that happens to me all the time. Memory and whatnot, you know? Sometimes you're like, you're walking about your day, you can't remember like breakfast sometimes, and sometimes you just remember like this odd obscure show about like three otters called like PB and Jam or something, like way back when you were like 5 years old, that like a cartoon that just vanished from your memory for like ever. And then all of a sudden it just comes back in a burst one day. Yeah, everybody's just ganging up on Nick, but Nick's just too strong. Oh, it dropped in a series and has some similar cast from Conan the Barbarian. Cool, cool. That's good to know. Man, there's so many shows I really gotta like catch up on and everything. Oh god. Whenever I think of like that era of entertainment of Conan the Barbarian, I always end up thinking of the Monty Python, the Holy Grail one too. The Expanse. Ooh, okay. I have to look that up. Let's... Oh, wait. Yep, Prey does not have any more MP. Well... My god, Nick. You're incredible. I remember, like, there was this memory I had. My father made a friend that was, like, super into Star Trek and everything. And for some reason, he decided to bring me along with. And we just all ended up, like, me, my dad, and, like, his friend. We all just ended up watching, like the modern-day Star Trek movies. Like, I think it was, like, the very first one. Or it was, like, the second one. It was one of the two. But, yeah, I honestly can't remember much about the modern Star Trek movies. What do you guys think about the Star Trek movies generally? I've heard, like, very interesting things about them. I've seen some reviews about a couple of them. I think I remember hearing that, like, a certain odd number of them are, like, really good and a certain odd number are, like, really bad. And it's, like, no in between. At least that's what I've heard for the most part. Which is really interesting. Prince Nick, you've returned and brought warriors with you. You sure scared Edmund. Oh, what is it, Prince? Please talk to me. Nick hasn't spoken since we found out he was a Cypress Prince. Why? Nick didn't tell us the truth about his origins. Frankly, we're not sure we can trust Nick. You must trust him. He went to Gardania to save your country. He is a noble warrior and the rightful king of Cyprus. He wanted to stay and avenge his father. But he wanted to help you first. Nick, you should have told us. Though I'm not sure we would have believed you. But we're with you now. I will help you avenge your father. Now that that's settled, we can stop and rest in the port town. Tomorrow. Let's go to the palace and confront Edmund. And the beast. Man, I have vague memories of this character. It's a really cool idea for a character. Alright, let's get everybody revived. Yeah, that is totally fair, Severin. I heard that a lot of the later Star Trek movies after, like, pretty much Into Darkness and past that got pretty mixed reception from what I heard. Alright, let's get a save on. I keep expecting, like, the extra jingle, but it just ends so prematurely. Alright. Oh, okay. Ooh, we got some good stuff. Alright. Flail? Okay. Yeah, let's sell the steel arrow. What else we gotta sell here? Yisha's portrait is one of my favorites so far. Very well done. A lot of these portraits are fantastic, though. Yeah, let's sell that steel arrow. Yeah, we're gonna be using that. And the middle axe. So that's the lance. Great shot. Wasn't there like a... I don't know why, I just started remembering, like, wasn't there like a superhero that was based off of Van Halen from like the Dexter's Laboratory cartoon? Van Halen or something like that. I don't know why I remember that all of a sudden. Memories are weird. Alright. Anybody for the flail? That's totally fair. Alright. Yeah, looks like we're good from here. Got any deals for me? Alright, on we go. Thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight, guys. Glad to have your company. Stop, everybody. It'll be hard to hide from Woldall here. The bumps is so flat and barren. No rocks, no trees. It would be easy to spot. Let's rest here until nightfall. I'll stand guard while the rest of you sleep. Oh! I guess we have a whole bunch of tents, okay. Cool. When it's dark enough to cover us, we'll go. Is my prince resting comfortably? Waldo, come out and face us. Kian, what are you seeing is just a projection. I can't harm you, but my soldiers can. Ah, here they come now. Attack! Nick, wake up. We're under attack. Yes, Nick. Come on out. I promised Waldo that you would die today. "36 attack. Interesting, interesting. My basic rules when it comes to like blind playthroughs are don't tell me like story events from the future or future characters or anything like that. But I am absolutely a-okay with like hearing about like hidden stuff and things like that, because that always ends up helping me out, especially if it's like something that I definitely wouldn't have seen like otherwise, you know? Domingo is in this battle? What? Well, that's a revelation. We got a bow rider over there. We got a sorcerer over there. Got gargoyles rocking that place too. It's in the water too. So right about here. Cool, cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Cyrus. Let's go get him. Gotta go find Domingo. Well, that's interesting. Kind of expect him to charge me. Skeleton's just like, wait, we're attacking now? The wizard here is just like, all right, everybody, attack! And Skeleton's like, oh, God, I left my water on home. Looks like I won't be able to attack today, guys. Me too. There are a few units from SF1 in this, just some have the wrong name. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Well, that's really awesome. I had no idea about that. Let's go find him. %90 of the names are wrong in this. That is absolutely wild. I didn't know the translation was that bad. My God. That was like intensely awful. Alright. Oh my God, that background is really pretty. Ooh, I really like that actually. I'm a sucker for some stars. Starlit sky, you got me hooked. Oh, the translation team did get paid much. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Definitely not their fault. That they, like, Shining Series has not been getting great funds for, like, their projects pretty much ever. Sega, I think for the most part, Sega just gave them, like, the bare minimum, like, funding for pretty much every single project, if I remember right. Which is wild to think that, like, Camelot was able to do what they did with, like, the budget they had. But when you think about the budget they could have had, man, it really makes you think. Exactly. Meowth's pal was sharing a bookmark with me earlier about an interview with some people at Camelot and their experience with Sega, and it is just astonishing. That sprite is really cool. Ooh, there was talk about a new game back in 2017? I didn't even hear about that talk. It would be really cool if that actually happened at one point. I won't lose hope, but man, it would be so cool if someday it actually did happen though. I want to try making like my own starlit like background like this. That could be really fun. Could be a great project one day. It was really cool to like see part of the interview like where the developer was just like, yeah, we want to focus on the gameplay first, and then like the story is just kind of a secondary aspect. You mentioned how like a lot of RPGs focus on the story as like a major aspect, but then like forget about the gameplay aspect, and how we wanted to make sure that the gameplay aspect was like the focus. It was really cool to hear that. Exactly, that's the one, Severin. Thank you for linking that. So if anybody listening is curious about that article, there's the link right there. It is a very interesting read. I definitely recommend it if you're a fan of, like, you know, Shining Series and everything. It's definitely some really interesting insight into what was happening, like, behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. And how much Sega did them dirty. It makes me kind of wonder, like, what would have happened if Camelot went to Nintendo instead by some chance? I wonder if it would have been anything like Theta. It does make me pretty curious, though. Yeah, that is a very true point, Cyrus. I guess it would just be, it would look a ton like Golden Sun if they went like the Shining Force route with Nintendo like right out the start. Do you think there's going to be another Golden Sun game one day? Speaking of which, we got to play through the Golden Sun series after Energy Breaker. So after we finish Amoria on Fridays, we're going to go to Energy Breaker and finish that. And then after that, we're going to go through Golden Sun series. Let's do that. Yeah, that's very true too. Yeah, they're definitely like fully marketing towards Fire Emblem. I doubt they take another SRPG at that point. How dare you? Well, at least she can get some experience healing herself, though. Well, never mind. Instantly jinxed myself. Exactly. That's how a lot of companies think. Why pay for a risk when you can just make a new FE game that will sell? I mean, that's pretty much it, though, for the most part. With, like, the Fire Emblem title at this point, you could pretty much, like, make anything and you would get incredible sales going. So if I remember right, I think Fates was incredibly well sold. But, like, Fates is, like, widely disputed as some of the worst Fire Emblem games in the entire series. Specifically, Revelations gets a very, very, very bad rap. Conquest people generally like, though, mostly because of the game design aspect. Let's go for the Sorcerer. Yeah, that is very true, Cyrus. I remember hearing a whole bunch of interviews and stories about Sega of America saying how, like, Sega Japan was always holding them back from making, like, huge jumps and leaps like Nintendo was doing for the most part. Because I heard that Sega of America came up with a lot of ideas that Sega of Japan pretty much just turned down pretty much all of them. Alright, Sig. Oh, that's a different background. I like that a lot, actually. Those clouds look really nice. There's a very interesting perspective to them. No, Cray. Oh, no. Let's give you that 30% land effect, and let's give you a heal. I might have to, like, egress a couple times to, like, get everybody's levels up at the most part. If I do that, though, I'll do that off screen. Huh. I thought that was the opposite. That's really interesting to hear about. I remember really enjoying Nights in the Dreams, by the way. Like, That was a very interesting kind of... what would I describe that game as? A kind of a platformer? Kinda? That's a very good point. How would I describe the genre of Nights in the Dreams? I had a girlfriend at one point who absolutely adored Nights in the Dreams and really got me into the series, and it was really... Ooh, that was a very bad level up, Isha. But yeah, Nights in the Dreams, the visual style is really unique and interesting, completely of its own. From what I have played, it's very fun. Like, entirely different from, I think, pretty much every other game I've seen. And then I think, like, the creators of, like... We got a lot of, like, early Sonic creators and devs coming to make, like, Balan Wonderland now, which is a series that I definitely want to check out at some point. Seems like it might be pretty interesting. Should be fun. They've got, like, some of the original people who made, like, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and those kind of games. There's a PDF scan of a retro gamer from 2008 that has a big Shining Force history portion starting at page 66. Also, there's a 4+ article about Panzer Dragoon Saga where the series talk about Sega's treatment. Ooh, thank you so much for the link out for that, Severin. I really appreciate that. That'll be really cool to read up on. Alright, Wendy. Have at 'em. Yeah, I can totally feel that, yeah. Remember when, like, Nintendo just decided, let's let a third world IP decide to make, like, a Legend of Zelda game. Let them give a try at it, you know? And then we got, like, CDI, like, Legend of Zelda. Oh boy, I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos. Squadala! Best Zelda. I gotta admit, those cutscenes, they definitely leave an impression. Come back when you're a little, richer. Oh god, those scenes are like permanently in my brain. I remember like there was like so many YouTube groups that were made out of like that, like those scenes in particular. They were pretty much everywhere back when like YouTube started. Now we have like a YouTube poop generator where you can just like put a whole bunch of like clips and like screenshots and random audio in, and they just like, it just randomly generates its own like YouTube poop, which is pretty wild when you think about it. On the level that Sega's treatment played a part in the death of a programmer. It's definitely the best that Camelot moved away from Sega. Yeah, my god, I didn't know it was that intense. That is really brutal. Whoa. I like the white aura that appears when like the heal spell is activated in like the background. I can't stress enough just how much I love like the little flashing visual effects there. Nick was prevented from search. Oh, we gotta have Bowie search there. I get. Okay. Cadence of Hyrule. Wasn't that an interesting game? I really need to play more of that. But Crypt of the Necrodancer. That was a man. I always really wanted to play those games. I never got a chance to really like dig. To just really dig into it because of, you know, financial stuff for the most part. But if I do get a chance, man, I'd love to play that someday. Especially Cadence of Hyrule. That looks so much fun from what I have seen of it. Yeah, I feel that. The Switch is a pretty fun instrument. I can imagine it'd be pretty hard to take it away from someone. It's definitely something I quite enjoy. It's like, I surprisingly use the Switch most of the time for like portable, because it's just so nice to just like get off the computer for a while and just lay down in my bed and play the Switch, just hanging out, you know, under some covers sometimes, because like the back needs some rest sometimes, you know? But it's definitely pretty nice on like the TV too, because like it really does add to like the definition of the graphics and everything there. Okay. Nick found Domingo. Ah, rescued at last. I owe you my life. What may I do in return? What may I do? Yes! Whoa! I've never heard that rendition of that Chico before. That's awesome. Oh my god. We're so gonna use Domingo. 100% it's gonna happen. Thank you so much for letting me know about that, Cyrus. I would have never found that. Me neither. Like, I remember I played through book 1 like as a kid, but I never ever found Domingo. So this just kind of blew my mind in half, honestly. You learn something new every day, and this is something I never would have saw coming for sure. Oh god, that is so dark, Cyrus, but I can't disagree with you either, because that, as sad as it is, you are right, but my god. It really has become the standard now, because like so many people are just like working programmers and like all sorts of like game designers just to the brink. I really wish it wasn't the kind of way that it is in this kind of medium. 60+ hour work weeks. Oof. That is so intense. Yeah, from what I've heard about game design when it comes to like actually getting hired and being paid to do game design, it's like you really do have to prepare the work like at least 60 hours a week, like usually way more too. Like it's absolutely insane like how much they work you. And I could not agree with you more, Cyrus. Going down the indie path is the way to go, I think, because you don't want to work yourself to death. That is something you never want to do. But man, sure would be nice to get paid too. Alright, Gan, there you go. Maybe the industry will change someday. That'll favor the game developers more. Maybe. 2 points of attack and 2 points of defense. Good job, Cray. Oh, we got worm spawns. Cool, cool. Getting wormy with it. A friend is a friend. Oh god, I don't know if I can sing that song. I always think about that song whenever like worms come to mind though, for some reason. Yeah, I totally agree, Severin. It seems like the video, like the the mobile game market is where pretty much everybody is going straight for the most part. There was like this other mobile game I saw an advertisement for earlier that was like Dragon Warrior, like Dragon Quest Tactics. And I was just thinking like, no, I can't afford to get into another mobile game. Not another gacha game. Even though I have enjoyed like some of them in the past. But it's not something I can really afford to spend my time on for the most part. But yeah, those gacha games, man, they'll get ya. Let's move stock like way to the back. It's pretty much come down to that. Let's invest billions of dollars in a AAA console game. And then the other guy at the office is just like, or we could just make a mobile game. Everybody claps, everybody cheers, balloons are popped, celebrations are earned, promotions were gained to that guy instantly. Bosses just slaps his hand right into his and is just like, promoted, get in your office. And just leads him to like executive CEO, just like something like that. England is putting them as a type of gambling. That is a good start, yeah. That's pretty much what it is for the most part. I mean, gacha games, they really get people gambling. I don't think, like, have I ever spent money on a gacha game? I don't think I have. I don't think I have. Not something that I'd ever be, like, really willing to pay for, especially not these days. Loot boxes have got to be classified as gambling, right? Because you don't get cash back, it's not gambling. That is wild. It absolutely is. I totally agree. It's wild how that, like... Man, loopholes are insane. I can't wait for more stamina in my damn Candy Crush game. It's only $5 to refill it. Exactly. They make you use in-game currency just so that you can buy more later on. They just they tempt you. It's like the episode of SpongeBob where like there's just a whole bunch of cheese and like fish hooks down the ocean. Everybody's just like, come on, it's free cheese, come on. And then like eventually they get you. Yeah, it's just loophole on loophole for the most part. Oh, England has just updated their law to fix that? That's cool. That's good to know. That's pretty much it. Mom, it's not money, it's fuzzy PowerPoints. Come on. I need more. I like the green aura in the background. Freeze too. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, that I could definitely see that being a major issue, Cyrus. Oh, there's Roblox money called Robux? I didn't know about that, actually. That is wild. It's pretty much come down to that, huh? I've definitely known people that would spend a ton of money on like those kind of points that you like, you know, virtual points and stuff by like spending real money on them. And I've never got into that for the most part. And the main reason I don't get into a lot of gacha games for the most part is purely because of that aspect. It completely ruins any aspect of multiplayer fun and that for me. Because if you're doing multiplayer online, like, you know, you just have a whole bunch of people who paid to have like way more overpowered characters than you just like automatically win. And then it just kind of destroys the balancing like entirely. And then the game's just like, well, you could beat them if you spend more money. You know? Good stuff, Bruce. With the law change in England because they're under 18, parents will have grounds to sue. Oh my god, that is wild. Oh my god. Robux had to add the special step in the Robux buying process geared towards the kids, basically to legally get them off the hook for kids spending money on it. Whoa. I had no idea about this Robux stuff. That's insane. Nice. Get that sister out of the way. Yeah, all that kind of stuff, like all the gacha stuff and like the virtual cash always just seems way too shady for me to like take any interest in. You know what's pretty wild that I've heard the other day? I heard that Dragon Quest V, like the best version that we can get in America, is supposedly like on the Android iOS shop. Like, it's pretty wild. Apparently, like, the DS version is not nearly as good as, like, the Android version, apparently. Which is absolutely wild to me. Yeah, they really do, Jaybird. Wormy, no! It's definitely a threatening giant worm. Yeah, one space off. 7 points of damage. Definitely better than like the 4 or 5 he was doing earlier. Yeah, let's finish him off, Nick. What? Did you know there's a type of schoolyard bullying for not spending cash on Fortnite? What? I didn't know it was that intense. Oh my god. I had no idea about that. Why is that so funny to me? Could you... That is so... I can't believe that is not a joke. Oh my god, that is insane. Could you imagine just a whole bunch of kids like... So you didn't... I heard Jimmy didn't spend his $20 on Fortnite bucks. And everybody just audibly gasped. Everybody looks over at Jimmy's. Jimmy's just like, I just don't like Fortnite, guys. And everybody's just like, sacrilege! Deadly Born. Okay. default skin is a death sentence. That's cool. Oh my god, that is otherworldly. I can't believe that's not a joke. That is so surreal to me. Oh my god, you're... I'm so sorry, Severin. You got harassed about it in Call of Duty. Oh no. That is brutal. And thank you for letting me know, Cyrus. That is absolutely mind-blowing. A default if you don't buy cosmetics. Oh god. Master, I have failed. But no one has ever survived the magic mushrooms. May the death tunnel be your tomb. Just laughs like Skeletor before exploding. Yeah. No miracles can stop us now. Come on, let's check out the death tunnel. Alright, let's get everybody revived. Yeah, I can definitely see how kids would be coerced too. I'd hate to see how I would deal in that whole kind of environment though, considering that I don't even like pretty much any shooters for the most part. I think the only shooters that I do like, I think was I guess Fallout New Vegas was one I did like, but that was only because it had like heavy RPG features to it for the most part. Otherwise, I'm just not really into FPS games. I suppose I'm kind of into Silent Hill, but I wouldn't call that an FPS really. I'm more of call that a horror game. Games where you shoot. Let's get a save going. Hey, Sitting Saint. Welcome to the Void. The onion belt. Praise be the onion belt. Wait. I can talk? Who do you want to talk to? You'll need a magic user. I'm coming with you. Oh, we could just casually chat with everybody? That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Oh, hey. Let's cure that poison, though, before we forget. That is wild, Jaybird. Old nilly items. Oh. Do I like Borderlands? I remember kind of liking Borderlands. I didn't especially get into it. Like, I do remember I did play it for a period, though, because there were a lot of RPG features and different stuff about that was similar to the Fallout series that I definitely kind of was interested in. Let's make it a save. Damn, my battle pass expired. I need to get to level 100 to unlock the epic skin. Oh my god, please get it. Oh no. I'd say my opinion about, oh, I didn't even notice we got the black ring. Yeah, I totally got that, Cyrus. I definitely, I like it more than other shooters. I would say that, for sure. Does the black ring boost attack? Oh, it's unequipable to everybody? Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's just kind of a free casting spell. I imagine it's like, probably like a Blaze 2 or something like that. So who would get the best use out of that? Maybe Gan? Give him something kind of ranged. Get bullied for your KTA? Oh no. Fallout 76 online. Oh my god, I can't believe we have Domingo. But Domingo's gotta join. Who will be the replacement? Who has not offered too much help for the most part? Honestly, I think it's Sig. Sig has not been holding up. Yeah, Fallout 76 was not a game that I was really interested in, and I ended up buying Fallout 4, so that I think that probably says a lot, maybe. For as much as I did definitely like the glitches in Skyrim, the glitches in 76 were just too much, and I didn't like the multiplayer aspect of it too much. Just because the idea of like what they were explaining, just having like nukes dropping on everything was just like, seemed like quite a wild idea that I wasn't sure how they would have balanced. Ha, Nick, you have finally arrived. Welcome to the Death Tunnel, the only way to Gundul Fort. Did you come to die like your friends before you? Watch out for the traps. The exploding mushrooms are deadly. Where did you come from? Got in, you fool. Shut up. Kashing. At least one of you survived. Nick, how will we get through the traps? It's an interesting, cool overworld sprite. Metal Gear Solid is my favorite shooter then. That's a... I haven't played much of the Metal Gear Solid games, though I hear they're pretty good though. I know, right? Kaching just gets immediately bodied. It's absolutely wild. Oh yeah, I remember hearing Quake 2 was very highly praised for like just how like fast and like into it was, and how like the controls were from what I remember. Memory could be wrong, but I remember hearing very high praise about that game. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, I heard the story for the Metal Gear Solid games is really interesting. I've never been against, like, a lot of stealth games. I've always kind of been into it. But I haven't, like, made the full plunge at any point for the most part. It's something I would like to try at one point or another. The magical mush? So I'm guessing this, like, once you defeat it, it, like, explodes within, like, a radius, I imagine. Either that or, like, it just attacks and explodes on you. Which either or could be interesting. The evil pixie. What else we got? More gargoyles. Anything else new? So what is this ghoul looking like? 34 attack, 31 defense. That is a pretty armored ghoul, wow. Oh, is it really that cutscene heavy? Interesting. Yeah, I heard Metal Gear Solid like 3 is really solid, from what I've heard. Solid Metal Gear Solid. I'll send Apis over here and just take care of these evil pixies right off the bat. Wow, that is a lot of HP in this mush. gonna like put the magical mushroom to sleep. Probably not. Would be funny though. Nah. Multiple domestics over the phone right too. Oh my god, Domingo is here. Rock and Blaze and Freeze? Okay, cool. Very cutscene heavy game. Interesting, interesting. I'm gonna have to look more into that. I need to like take the plunge. Like, what is a good starting point for the Metal Gear Solid games? I imagine the first one, right? Or maybe it's like a weird chronological thing where you might want to start in the later one. Could be. Alright, final blow of stock. Let's see what the magical mush does. Okay, no explosion or anything. Chrono Metal Gear Solid 3 comes first. Oh, okay. So it's not one of those things that you like have to play in order. It's one of those things that you can play out of order if you want. Oh my god, that's wild. Yeah, I've heard very mixed things about the fourth one. Oh, okay. I was wondering if that quote came from Metal Gear Solid for a moment. I was like, what kind of cutscenes are we getting into here? Oh, no. It's from The Expanse. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard 5 Opens World was pretty fun. I heard that like there can be a lot of fun with like just the different kind of gadgets you get and everything. No, don't die this time, Nisha. Oh, Metal Gear Solid does have tons of weird quotes? Ooh, interesting, interesting. I'm really curious now. Anything else we gotta heal here? We good. Yeah, we good. Nah. Keep her in the back. Let's do this with Nick. Oh my god, that sounds wild, Jaybird. If it's got quotes like that, that definitely perks my interest for sure. One evil pixie down. Whoa, that was a bad level, Apis. Oh no. The opportunity's so good if I do this, though. It's too good. Lots of weird characters, too. Cool. Cool. I mean, I'm all for some weird characters. Whenever I think of like weird characters that I really enjoy that are just like way out of the ordinary of what you would consider like actually happening, like I don't know why I think of like Oliver from like a Fire Emblem 9, like Path of Radiance. He was one of the most like wild, over the top villains that I've seen. Nice, nice, nice. Good stuff, Stop. Oof. Not that good of a level, though. Bring the mango over here, and I guess we'll go for base. Like in a mostly realistic game, out jumps an actual freaking vampire. Oh my god. I gotta see that scene. That sounds like fun. I was watching some gameplay earlier about like Castlevania, like Symphony of the Night, and I gotta say, I gotta try it. I gotta play it at some point. It's like, it definitely seems like a game I would like absolutely adore. Good stuff, Bruce. And Shape should be able to do a lot to this evil pixie here. I don't know why, but like, if I remember right, there was like this vampire theme. I might have mentioned it before, but there was like a foreign Michael Jackson like music video where like Michael Jackson in that film ends up becoming like a vampire or something. Oh jeez. Well, you survived, Mayfair, though. Good job. You survived. I'm gonna... Come on, Mayfair. Almost every boss in Metal Gear Solid 3 is goofy, but I love it. Ooh, cool, cool. That is good to know. I love goofy bosses. Nah. Is there anybody that I could actually heal? Or... No. Nobody really needs it, so I guess... Well... 30 attack. Should actually do some decent damage here. I mean... It's not absolutely terrible, but it's something at the very least. Oh no, she'll die if I don't attend to her right now. So let's go for that. But enough talk. Have at you. Oh, I love those quotes so much. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. It's just like so iconic. There are some fantastic parodies of that on YouTube that I have seen of just like of Dracula just with like an entire armful of like chalices just tossing one after the other, just smashing the glass against his head, and he's just not even fazed by it for the most part. What YouTuber, like what video was that again? It was like this 3D animated like parody of it that was just fantastic. I'm like super upset I actually don't remember the name, but If I do remember, I will let you know. When it comes to Castlevania, I've always been like a casual fan of it. I haven't played like dipped my toes too deep into it, but I have played like Castlevania 1 and a couple others. I don't think I played Castlevania 2. I didn't play Castlevania 3. Oh, please do. I would absolutely love some more music to listen to. Very much appreciated. Castlevania music is an absolute treat, like as far as what I've heard. When I was watching Symphony of the Night being played like a while ago, I was just listening to the music and man, like that soundtrack is just fantastic. I'm a sucker for good harpsichord, and that soundtrack is just full of it. Ooh, the double attack. Symphony of the Night is one of the only game OSTs you have. That is awesome. Yeah, I can totally understand that, to be honest. One of the video game OSTs that I own is the Final Fantasy Tactics OST. I remember I bought the soundtrack at the Minnesota State Fair one year. Came in like this really neat kind of packaging that was kind of like... It was like some kind of brown type of... I had a very interesting texture. I honestly don't know how to describe it for the most part. Let's get you some experience, Mayfair. You're really going to need it. But yeah, the Final Fantasy Tactics soundtrack is absolutely one of my faves, though. I don't regret buying it, even in the slightest. So far, I'm not seeing what these poison mushes do for the most part. You got any inventory slots open, Napus? I'm gonna send Roos and Apis. Apis to take care of the gargoyle, and then Roos to just pick up the chest. And, we got a mage over there. And does this guy know, like, Blaze? Yeah, he does, actually. Okay, so we might want to send at least a couple more people over there. At least a couple. Not Wendy, though. So what are some other soundtracks that you just genuinely adore from video games? I feel like that's a fun question. That's something I always love talking about for the most part. Soundtracks that stick out to me in particular are the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack, Final Fantasy Tactics soundtrack, Crystal Chronicles. Those kind of soundtracks really stick out to me as something unique and special. But other soundtracks that I really adore have... Oh yeah, the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack. There are some good tracks from that I really do adore. Like the Laguna battle theme is something that is definitely stuck in my head. The Man with the Machine Gun is what it's called, if I remember right. And the Liberi Faltali song, the one with the big like choirs and everything. I remember absolutely adoring that song, especially. That was a very good track. I could totally get behind that Jaybird. Let's end Gian with them, actually. Succession of Witches. Cool, cool. That's in straight down with them. Oh, Blue Fields. That's a good one. You got any inventory slots open? You do. Go pick that up, Nick. Yes, my favorite weapon, the halberd. Good to know that the bones of your allies give 30% land effect. Good. Yeah, it's got some solid music for sure. Oh, we got several Deadly Born this time. Yeah, that's something I've heard a good bit about too. Like, Final Fantasy VIII is not considered that good of a Final Fantasy game from most people from what I've seen. It's, like, I get the most intense reactions from Final Fantasy VIII in particular. Like, my father in particular absolutely loves Final Fantasy VIII. But, I've never been too big on it for the most part. Oh my god, nice dodge, Shade. The world and the OST is good. Well, that's good to know. That's good to hear. Yeah, I hear the story is very hit or miss for the most part. I've heard from several friends and other people that, like, you know, Final Fantasy VIII is, like, their favorite game. And then I've heard from other people that Final Fantasy VIII is, like, horrible, absolutely dreadful. It's such interesting, polarizing opinions. Level 17 Roos. Wow, that was a really bad level up, but I mean, I guess you're level 17 now? Yay? You must survive, Shade. Oh, they did a homage to Final Fantasy VIII and the Final Fantasy XIV MMO? That's cool. Yeah, I remember they did something about Final Fantasy IX too at one point. I was really curious about that one. I think they can handle going on that path on their own, actually. Let's send Gan back up. We're gonna need him. I'll send Cray to go heal, though. Oh, what was it? I could have sworn that they added, like, something. Oh, nice. 2 points of attack, 2 points of defense. Good job, Cray. Maybe I'm thinking of Final Fantasy Tactics, because I remember Final Fantasy Tactics has been getting a little bit of praise here and there. Particularly, like, the Discia, or, no, not the Discia. How, oh, God. Oh, God, how could I forget the name? Discia. The Final Fantasy Discia added, like, Ramza into it, and that just kind of blew my mind for the most part. I definitely didn't expect that. Oh, the 11 MMO is better than 14 one. That's interesting to hear about. I've only played a little bit of 14. I have not played much of, like, I don't think I've played 11 at all, though, to be honest. I remember, like, I played as, like, a Crusader class in Final Fantasy XIV for just a split bit of time, and I had a lot of fun swinging around a giant axe for a little bit. But, yeah, I've heard good things about the Final Fantasy XI MMO. Yeah, me neither. Nice dodge, Wendy. One more down. Let's go for it. Guardian Heroes. Where have I heard that name before? I feel like if I saw an image of that game, I would just remember right away. That sounds so familiar. Max level fishing. My man. I love fishing in video games so much, honestly. Like, I loved it in Dark Cloud 2. I loved it in Stardew Valley. Fishing in video games is just very relaxing to me. It's just so calming. That's awesome, Jaybird. Yeah, I bet I would totally do the same if I like actually went back and played that game. $500 to $1,200 people playing? Wow, that is wild. I heard that they're also adding like a lot of Stardew Valley like features to Final Fantasy XIV now. I heard that they're gonna add like farming supposedly. Which I wonder how that is actually gonna turn out. The Sega Saturn, it's a scroll screen beat 'em up, pick your own path RPG, and you get undead hero AI to fight with you. That sounds really cool, Cyrus. I gotta check that out. Yeah, you may be right. The gathering, like the farming system in Final Fantasy XIV might not be that great. It would be interesting if they managed to pull it off well, though, but I'm very skeptical. Thank you, Cyrus. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's another thing that I've heard about 14 is that I heard the story is actually really good. And I've heard the music is also especially good. You know that like Moogle boss theme? I don't know why, but that was one song that I especially listened to, even though I barely played the game itself that much. It was just like really went over the top with like a lot of the music in that game. Good King Mog. Exactly. That's the song I'm thinking. I had such a good time with that song. Man, they're really going after Shade. Oh, really? The guy who did the story for 14 is the main guy for Final Fantasy 16. Oh, cool. Well, that's great to know. I had no idea about that, actually. That gives me a lot of hope for 16. I was very worried about how that game would actually be down the line. Let's go heal Shade up. I feel like that's how I would do it too, Jaybird. I've always been like, it's not that like MMOs are not my thing per se, because I definitely do like them. I've played a good bit of Guild Wars 2. I've played a bit of WoW, and I've done that kind of stuff. I guess I just kind of get to a point where I'm playing an MMO and I'm thinking like, man, I really want to make a song right now. And then I just like, I make a song and then I don't know why, I just don't end up getting back into it right away, and then I end up drifting away from it. At least that's what has happened with a good few MMOs. But I don't know. I really want to try like getting really into the Final Fantasy XIV one if I do. Director likes more medieval fantasy. That is good to know, because I do too. I agree with those sentiments. I really want that treasure. Let's go down and to the left. So we can try to get through here before we like tackle the ghoul and all them. So we could just go for the ghoul, but nah. Treasure. The head guy from the Devil May Cry battle system is doing it. He's doing the battle system for Final Fantasy 16. Wow. That's interesting, actually. I heard the battle system for Devil May Cry is pretty good, so I'm curious to how that might actually turn out. Much better than 15? Oh, I'm already sold. I'm so glad you agree with me on that, Cyrus, because like that was like the biggest complaint I had about 15 was like, why, like I just hold down the wooden button and there I go. At least that's what it was for most of the game until but when I got to the point where you get a certain item at a certain point in the game that just kind of absolutely breaks all sense of balancing that the game has. And I just remember it being an absolute cakewalk from that point on. So as long as the gameplay is better than 15, I'll probably be pretty interested. Especially since it's going back to the medieval setting. I think I'm definitely sold on it. Yeah, I could totally understand if Final Fantasy 13 disappointing you, because that was a game that like had a lot of mixed feelings about it from a lot of people, from what I've heard. It's going to be better than 7 Remake? Ooh. Well, that's very tempting. I hope so. Because I really like the 7 Remake battle system. The idea of mixing action and turn-based at the same time. I thought that was a great idea, and the way they pulled it off, I honestly thought was really cool. It's a shame that I wasn't able to actually play that game. But yeah, 15 is not I didn't enjoy the story, honestly. The Sapphire, or the Sapphire. God, what is my brain today? The Sephiroth attacks towards the end game are just so long lasting that it was 5 or 6 minutes for per skill sometimes. It was so ludicrous at one point. At least from memory. I wonder if they're gonna have that add that spell in the Final Fantasy 7 remake. I wonder if they're gonna keep a link. Probably not, I imagine. But they're probably gonna have some sort of cameo to it, I imagine. 2 points of defense on Mayfair. Okay. Well, it's a start. I agree, Jaybird. I think there's room for improvement, but it's a good start. That is a good assessment. Exactly. The first time you summon them, it's fantastic, Cyrus. Totally agree. Yeah, it's gotta be in the remake. For sure. Exactly. A skip cutscene option would fix all of that, Saffron. I think so too. I think they will add it. When it came to Final Fantasy 9, it's my favorite Final Fantasy, but a couple things that I definitely think that could have made the experience a lot better. If for one, there was no random encounters and all the encounters were on the map that you just find for the most part. But another thing would be having the option to just choose whenever your character is going to trance. Because, it can get very inconvenient on when they enter trance, you know? But I would also want Beatrix to be a character, but that's just more of a thing that I think should have happened for the most part. Just because she was a very story integral character compared to like Amaranth, for example. But those are the few of the ways that I would say Final Fantasy IX could be a lot better with. If Final Fantasy IX had those differences, I think that could be like just intensely better. Yeah, they might do that, Sauron. I hope not. They might. Be a major shame if they did. Oh, they added in 14. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad they did. I keep hearing about like how amazing and fantastic like Dragon Quest V is, and I saw like a Dragon Quest movie about it as well, and I keep thinking, man, I really got to play that game. So I keep hearing that it's like possibly one of people's like favorite RPGs just in general, and I find that notion just absolutely wild. Like that's got to be really good if it's like some people's favorite RPG like ever. Eternal Breath where you get shot through the galaxy. Yeah, the one Sephiroth attack where it's just like he destroys the entire universe and all the planets around him just to like get to you is just wild. Do you have the inventory open, Roos? You do. Did I remember to get this chest down here? I didn't. Okay, Roos, you go get that one, and I'm gonna send, how about you, Stock? Do you... Okay, yeah, you got Stock. You go get that one. And, yeah, we'll just take out this magical mush, and then we'll save the goal for last. Critical mush damage. A Xenogears remake would be really interesting. I've seen like a whole bunch of like little clips of it here and there. Like, not a lot. My God, Craig, you're getting fantastic levels and you've got boosts too? My man, you're solid. I've played like the Xenoblade Chronicles 1 game, and I played a lot of Xeno Chronicles 2, but I haven't played the Xenogears, and I hear fantastic things about it. I really got to take the time to play it. Really do. I totally agree, Jaybird. I would absolutely love to do that. Well, like, what are the games in the saga precisely? So I'm not quite sure just how many there are per se. I know there's like I think there's 3 that I do know of. Could be wrong though. It's like 2 or 3. So I've heard a scarce bit of Xenogears. Yeah, Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3. Nice, critical sword. Good stuff. Oh, what a tease. Oh, okay. I'm surprised, like, from the pictures I have seen of the battle system, I think you're right. I haven't played enough to really say for sure my opinions on the matter. But I would love to play it. That's for sure. Maybe make like an option for like an active time battle system or not. I always like when they give you options to like make it an active time battle system or just make it just flat out turn-based. It's always nice to have options when it comes to modernized games. Just like if you don't like the remastered soundtrack, have the option to play the classic, you know? Just giving out those options really does like help out the replay value and help like old and new fans like really like it. At least that was the case with the Spyro trilogy too, because like some people really didn't like some of the modern renditions of the soundtrack, but then if they didn't, they could just like hit the like change the soundtrack back to the old version. Impossible! You defeated the mushroom traps! Oh, ouch. Cushing, are you alright? Yes. We're so glad to see you. Where are the others? Some were killed. Some were taken prisoner. Only a few of us managed to escape. Let me help you free the captives in Gondal Fort. In Xenogears, you actually do the individual punches and kicks in battle. That sounds really cool, Jaybird. Nick, we found the Gardenia soldiers. Let's go save them. Alright. I keep feeling like Claude is dead. Would you like to revive him? And he just shows up as a golem. Just like, there you are, Claude. Oh, wait. Let's check out the stats of everybody. What levels are we at now? So we're at level 17-ish. Getting to the point where we should probably promote, I imagine. So what did you do the first time around, Jaybird? Did you promote like around level 20-ish? Did you go to 23? Or did you promote like around level 10-ish? I wonder if Kashing is a good unit or not. What do you like, Kashing? 40 attack, 22 wielding a power spear. You promoted at 12? Maybe I should probably do the same now, actually. Just go for the promotion now. Let's make a save. And then we'll promote. I'll make a different save for promotion. Just see how that works out. But if you want to do later chapters, you might want to promote later. Oh, okay. Alright then. Well, I guess we'll wait until level 20 at the very least, then. It's neat that we have the option to just talk and hang out, like, with the other NPCs here. Do they have different dialogue for every map, or is it, like, specifically... Yep. It seems to be the same kind of dialogue for the most part. I'm Bruce, a strong, loyal warrior. I won't let you down. With my father's blessing, I offer my skills as an archer. He also taught me to fight well. I'll blow them away with my blade spell. My father gave me his spears. Let me come with you, and we'll restore peace to our land. As late as possible? Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for the advice. I do appreciate it. I'm the best swordsman in Gardenia. I must avenge my friends. Let me go with you, please. I've devoted my life to my prince and Cyprus. A wizard appears wherever he's needed. And so, here I am. Oh, this is so wild. I had no idea Domingo was actually a character in this game this entire time. Mental. Alright, let's continue on then. See that fort rising over the mountain? Well, that's Gundal. They're in there. Somewhere. Gates. Let us wait for the changing of the guard. It's Gardenia's shining force. Bazoo and Gepel aren't here. Guards, kill them. So we got our first Minotaur. Yeah, that's a Minotaur. Got a mace that large, could you imagine? Got some more ghouls hanging out back there. We got a bishop hanging out with the ghouls. Bishop just sweats profusely looking at the ghouls. Please don't eat me. Oh, we got some more evil pixies over there. Okay. So I'm guessing we just gotta make a straight shot from here. I mean, I don't imagine we need to go around here. There's not really any temptation. Interesting enemy placement. I wonder why they're over here. Are they gonna, like, come after us? I don't think I've got really any real incentive to go over there. Besides maybe like the low movement, but that's pretty much it for the most part. Cool how we have just a giant tiger guy. Camelot was never shy on like what kind of like the variety of races that like it gives you, because like man, there's so much variety to the different types of classes and everything. It just never ceases to amaze me for the most part. Alright. What have you got to offer, King? His defense is pretty low, but his attack's pretty decent. I really want to train up Mayfair. Man, Yisha's like so many levels behind. Gotta make sure she survives this time. Alright. Gan's movement is pretty solid in mountains. I love how he just straight up just absolutely tackles the massive floating like giant worm just going through the forest. And the first thing that goes through Gan's brain is, I'm gonna tackle that giant worm. He has guts, for sure. I gotta heal him up. Some experience for Mayfair. That'll be pretty nice. Oh, so the enemies on the left actually are going to come for me. Okay. Whenever I think of giant worm, I always think of like the Final Fantasy X giant worms where Auron just like can blast them into the sky just a million light years away. That's like one of the first things that come to mind whenever I think of giant worms, just in general. Wow, they're really trying to take out Claude just instantly. Not gonna work this time though. Nope, we're giving the experience of Mayfair. I wish I remembered like the Gargoyles theme song from like the television show. I really love Mayfair's outfit. Like that hat really works with her. It's a fun little hat. Go for the giant worm. Go for the giant worm. I think out of all the Shining Force protagonists, I think Nick is the one that I remember the least. Mostly because I haven't played Shining Force CD like that much for the most part. So it'll be interesting to see how his character goes, or if it does. I like this mountain background a good bit. Some nice curves and twists to it. Alright, Roos, get loose. Claude's helping. Oh yeah, those evil imps are coming right for me. Or the evil pixies. Isn't it how you like fight pixies is you just don't believe in them? So like everybody here believes in pixies, so what if like the second a pixie attacks, what if like Ape is just like, I don't believe in you, I don't believe in you, the pixie just vaporizes instantly. Like, no, my one weakness. Just enough damage. Let's send Cam back for some healing. Oh yeah, there's also poison. Gotta fix that too. Oof. Out of all the mage designs I've seen so far, I really do like her design, like the orange and the pink and everything. All right. What do you got to offer, Kashing? Rocking that purple shield. I'm glad that they're actually coming for me and they're not just staying in place, though. Well. I'm definitely gonna have to do some training off screen. I gotta like do some research into like who the pixel artists were that like worked on this game in specific, because I gotta know who put so much talent into this game. Worm is more of a threat now that the gargoyle is like completely out of MP. Well, that's a guard animation. Can you imagine seeing a giant worm just instantly dodge an arrow with a clicking sound? Oh yeah, Stock's damage is a lot better this time. You've set yourselves up for this. I'm used to magic being so incredibly deadly in like the War of the Gods mod. Oh, now I'm really curious what this like. Now I'm really curious what the Landstalker slimes actually sound like. How dare you? I definitely think Mayfair's design is one of my favorite healer designs. Nice, 32 points of experience. Alright. Yeah, let's just send Shade back and go for the gargoyles. Good stuff. Oh. Well. Oh, you can take another hit from that. I imagine they would be. It doesn't seem like there's it doesn't seem like there's too many different like bits about it for the most part. I could be wrong. But the amount of frames and everything doesn't seem to be too drastically different from what was in Shining Force 2. So I imagine it would still be kind of the same. I don't know for sure, of course, but I would think so. God. And he's still getting at least okay experience at this point. Go for phase 2. What if Shining Force had like forest fire physics? Or if you like actually cast like blaze on this forest, like the forest catches fire, causes like damage to them every turn that they have. Exactly, Cyrus. I really do hope it's the same. I keep forgetting Yan's poisoned. And send Roos back over here. And why not? You can go head to toe with this, can't you, Claude? water. Okay, I feel a bit better now. Oh no, not the second attack. Well, now she's in danger. Big time. Yep. It's a pretty good sprite. I definitely like the staff tap against like the palm of his hand. That's a nice touch. Ooh, the promoted one is better. We'll have to look forward to that with Prey. Because Prey is definitely going to be a long-term unit. Good job, Kashing. For 9 points of experience. Oh, it's a different one in book 2 as well? Oh, that's so cool. Always love when games do stuff like that. It's always a nice touch. Two male monks, price of one. Alright, let's send everybody up, I suppose. Cloud's not going to do anything against the guys behind us now. Very true. I remember really like the Master Monk sprite of Gong from like Shining Force 1. Like the promoted one. But I'm excited to see what like all the monk designs are going to be like in this one. Actually, yeah, stock needs some healing for sure. Let's see, what can we do, Mayfair? Oh, why not? Let's heal Shade up. Alright. Thanks again for keeping me company tonight, guys. I'm having a good night. Alright. Oh, one of them is the Gong sprite? Oh, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be nice to see like how the updated sprite actually looks. Nice crit. No, I definitely have to send them back for healing. Oh, so the ghouls and bishops actually come in around this point. I should probably just send stock back to like actually take care of them. Deadly born, more like deadly morn, because you're going down. Let's see if that heal for Nick with Mayfair. Just because she didn't need any more healing, or is he actually good? Yeah, he's good. Okay, why not? We'll send him back. Oh wait, he has boost. That is true. Well, that'll definitely help out a lot. Especially the quickness and defense for Mayfair in specific. Alright, last heal for Mayfair. She actually survived long enough to get all her heals off. Good job, Mayfair. How close is she to a level now? Okay, she's right about there. Oh wait, they actually have healing items? Just, you know, skeleton, just a green skeleton smoking some weed up in the mountains. You know, fantasy stuff. It's such a massive crossbow. So that bow is like the size of his body practically. Oh. I was hoping Cam would actually survive that. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, the male ranger sprites. Those are pretty fun. Alright. Alright, Roos, you're up. Roos is such a good frontline unit. And no need to send Shade up anymore. Alright. I'm gonna make a save here just in case stuff goes wrong because I have had this crash before. And it never hurts to save. Ooh, not the best level. Could be worse though. I can do this with Apis at least. That is a pretty powerful bow rider. But my god, like, seriously, these bow riders have got to be like insanely buffed to wield like a crossbow that size. I almost want to give that kill to Mayfair, actually. See if I can, anyway. I knew Stock could take care of these guys on his own, probably. The green and orange skeleton is such an interesting concept. Yeah, let's just send Kurt back for a heal, since he can anyway. Alright. Yeah, why not? Go for it, Kachang. He needs experience too. Alright. Yep. We'll keep that 30%. Do we actually get, like, no, we get 30% line effect no matter what. Okay. That's fine then. Saw back here. How much do these bishops actually attack for? Oh, okay, we're fine. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty decent damage to stock. He's got this, though. Oh, we got a better weapon, too. It's an okay level. Not especially grand. I always like the zombie sprites from, like, Shining Force 1. They're always, like, really ominous and terrifying. Really interestingly designed. Let's go all in on the bishop. There we go. That should take care of him, I imagine. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Didn't even get a chance to use his healing magic. That's about as much damage as I could expect against the ghoul. They're pretty tanky. Alright. It's amazing how, like, it goes from blue sky just to, like, pure fog within a matter of, like, just a couple feet. Like, these forests are, like, densely fogged. How much HP does this guy have again? 3? Mayfair can take him down. I guess college was bait. Whoops. You got this, Mayfair. It's all you. Oh. Well, I could have sworn she'd do at least 3. Huh. Well, okay. Yeah, let's go for something less tanky to feed to Mayfair here. Oh, that's kind of a different... That's a fairly different Minotaur sprite from what I remember. They still got that classic giant baton. Yep, here they come. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us, Cyrus. The Void bids you farewell. Thanks again for dropping by and hanging out. I hope you got some good sleep. Alright, Kashing. Go for it. Let's try and do that. Let's see if... How much defense does a Minotaur have? 32? How much do the ghouls have? 31. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Alright, level 19. Bazoo was right. You are no ordinary warriors. The Shining Force legend is true. Hey, hey! Gates, why are you in such a hurry? They are killing our Cartagena captain. For every one of Bazoo's soldiers you defeat, we must free them. Nick, let's go. Gates the Gladiator. Gates is an interesting name. Alright. You're making a good bet. Alright, let's revive everybody. I think we'll probably call it for the night, I imagine. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I've had an absolute great time. It's been fun chatting, it's been fun playing. Seen a lot of really cool sprites, played a lot of interesting maps. Probably do some training off screen. I will probably take some time to work on that memory cart, like as soon as I can. Back up all my saves just in case. And I'll get all that squared away. Alright. So if you'd like to join me for a raid, feel free to. I would absolutely love to have you for it. Make another save, separate save. Never can have too many saves. Alright.